Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Very, very good evening to all of you who joined us here. I would say on this very auspicious occasion, as we celebrate the closing ceremony of the 90th Sublime Advent anniversary of our Venerable Gurudev Maha Mahopadhyaya Yogacharya Dr. Ashok Kumar Chatterjee Mahashay. So his 90th Advent year commenced on the 24th of December last year, and it will complete on the 24th of December 2024. So this is the first major program in Mumbai as part of the ongoing celebrations that we're having. So we thank each and every one of you for being with us today. We are extremely thankful and grateful to Shri Shantanu Kapoorji, Srimati Jayati Kapoorji, founder working president, founder member and senior advisor, for being with us here today. Despite their hectic travel schedules. And we are also very, very fortunate to have with us our eminent dignitaries. So, Justice B.N. Sri Krishna ji, we welcome you. We're extremely grateful for taking the time to be with us. I must also say that he has, over the last few days, been keeping a little ill health. So we wish you a speedy recovery, and once again we thank you for being with us. Justice Sri Krishna, I think, does not need too much of introduction. He's a very, very eminent jurist. He's a former judge of the Supreme Court of India, and he has headed several very, very renowned panels on various important issues about the well-being of our country. So thank you once again for being with us. We also welcome Dr. Shirish Kedare ji. He is director of IIT Bombay in Powai. He's been very, very helpful in some ways associating with our organization, and we only hope and pray that that association continues. We welcome Professor Bhanumurthy, we welcome Professor Kumkarna from IIT Bombay, and we of course welcome Professor Gadre also from IIT Bombay, and a warm welcome to each one of you all. So just a very quick update on the organization and what Yogiraj Shamcharan Mission is, and then we'll start off the proceedings. So Yogiraj Shamcharan Mission is a non-profit socio-spiritual organization. It was founded by our Venerable Gurudev Mahamahopadhyaya Yogacharya Dr. Chatterjee, and the only objective of the organization is to spread the ideals and tenets of Lahiri Mahashaya and to impart the same Kriyayoga which Lahiri Mahashaya himself practiced and imparted to householders. So Guruji has set up the organization and has imbibed the ideals and tenets, and through the medium of this organization, the same tenets are being disseminated to the world at large. The picture that you see is our spiritual center at Degaon in Pune. So, some of you have visited. We would, welcome each one of you to visit the center, which is about 40 kilometers from Pune city. So, with those few brief words, we once again welcome you all. And may I now request the dignitaries to commence the program by the lighting of the traditional lamp. So, may I invite Jayati Kapoorji, Shantanu Kapoorji, may I invite Shirish Kedare ji, Justice Sri Krishna, Rajesh, Nitinji, if you can kindly escort them. Sridhar, also if you can join. Sridhar, Shamcharan Sanatan Mission. In the interest of time, we'll keep the proceedings going. The next performance is by Sai Bakshi and Vaishnavi Daithankarji, who are members of the Akanksha Odissi Nitralaya. This has been founded by Srimati Rasika Gumasteji. The organization, basically the students of the organization perform various traditional compositions, and the students also take part in various cultural and dance festivals across the country. Vaishnaviji and Saiji are both Bharatnatyam performers. They are today putting up a Odissi performance, and both have together performed at many different dance festivals and cultural organizations. They are going to be performing on the Yogiraj Vandana, which is our obeisance that we pay to both Lahiri Mashai and to our Venerable Gurudev. So may I request Saiji and Vaishnaviji to present their performance.
Oh वस्त्र देल अवहेळे, कोटी वस्त्र देल अवहेळे, कोटी वस्त्र देल अवहेळे, कहे उपा इंद्र कवि कुल चंद्र, कहे उपा इंद्र कवि कुल चंद्र, शरण मुतुम पद तळे, अनाथ रानाथ नीलगिरीनाथ, जगन्नाथ नाम नीलाचले, मान उद्धारण कर हे कारण, शरण मुतुम पद तळे, शरण मुतुम पद तळे, शरण मुतुम पद तळे, शरण मुतुम पद तळे, शरण मुतुम पद तळे.
तुम श्यामा चरण, तुम महादेव, तुम श्री कृष्ण भगवान, तुम श्यामा चरण, तुम महादेव, तुम श्री कृष्ण भगवान, तुम सर्वव्यापी, तुम अंतर्यामी, तुम नारायण भगवान, तुम श्यामा चरण, तुम महादेव. श्यामा चरण तुम महादेव भगवान
So much, Saiji and Vaishnavi ji. Just a quick note on the performance. The first portion was a poem called Manav Udharan, and it is a poem dedicated to the temple of Lord Jagannath, and the devotee is praying to Lord Jagannath to protect and uplift all of mankind. The second part that you saw, which was fused together, was the Yogiraj Vandana, which is our obeisance to Lahiri Mahashaya. And of course, as all of us might know, Lahiri Mahashaya, as he himself has said, he himself is Lord Jagannath, he is Vishwanath, he is Mahadev. So wonderful, wonderful rendition and performance. Thank you, Sai ji, and thank you, Vaishnavi ji. May I request Srimati Jayati Kapoor ji to felicitate both our performers. Sai Bakshi ji and Vaishnavi Daithankar ji of the Odissi Nitrale. Thank you so much. We'll carry on the program. The next portion is actually a small audio visual that we have for you, and this is a very, very important one for all of us to note in our mind. And this is basically an audio visual film that highlights how the life of our Gurudev is Gita semblant. In other words, the 18 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita, as they move from Arjun Vishad Yoga to Moksha Sannyas Yoga, Gurudev's life actually also followed a similar pattern. So this is a short AV on the Guru semblant life of our venerable Gurudev. So may I request it to be played, please?
महामहोपाध्याय योगाचार्य डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार चैटर्जी पर पहले भी बन चुकी 2 डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज इनफाइनाइट इन्फिनिट्यूड एवं योगी इनफाइनाइट उनके बचपन, सेवा, साधना, क्रिया संबंधित कार्य जो मूल थे और जीवन पर आधारित थीं। ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री एक अलग शैली की है। इस डॉक्यूमेंट्री में आपको देखने मिलेगा कि कैसे गीता के 18 अध्याय उनके जीवन के समरूप हैं। तो चलिए अध्यायों से निकली दिव्यता को उनके जीवन सार से समझते हैं। प्रथम अध्याय, अर्जुन विषाद योग। योगाचार्य डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार चैटर्जी एक नामी जमींदार परिवार से थे। उनके पिता श्री प्रियनाथ चैटर्जी जलपाईगुड़ी में चाय के बागान में प्लांटेशन मैनेजर के रूप में कार्यरत थे। उनके घर में किसी चीज की कभी कोई कमी नहीं थी। 1941 पिता का निधन और 1943 द ग्रेट बंगाल फैमिन और 1939 से 1945 में द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध जैसी घटनाओं के बाद सब बहुत मुश्किल हो गया था। तत्पश्चात उनकी मां के सारे गहने, धन संपत्ति रातों रात चोरी हो गए। घर में खाने को पैसे नहीं थे। सिर्फ एक पेंशन पर उनकी मां अपने 5 बच्चों को पाल रही थीं। तभी उनके सौतेले भाई ने नौकरी लगने के नाम पर माता से सारा धन ले लिया तथा नौकरी लगने के बाद उन्हें धोखा दिया। परिस्थिति ऐसी थी कि नौकरी की दिक्कत थी क्योंकि उनकी प्रारंभिक शिक्षा 8वीं कक्षा तक ही थी। तब उन्होंने अपने बड़े भाई के साथ एम्प्यूल फैक्ट्री में काम करना शुरू किया। कुछ दिनों तक खलासी के रूप में भी काम किया। तीव्र गाली अपशब्द का माहौल सहन नहीं हुआ। तभी एक समय पर कोलकाता पुलिस ट्रेनिंग स्कूल में प्रवेश किया और अनंतर ट्रेनिंग के दौरान उनकी मां के आकस्मिक निधन ने उन्हें बहुत दुख पहुंचाया। अपनी माता के अंतिम क्षणों में स्वयं की अनुपस्थिति ने उन्हें गहन अवसाद में डाल दिया। वो भौतिक गतिविधियों से विमुख हो गए। जब वो गांव वापस आए और पवित्र गंगा नदी किनारे सोचते हुए आभास हुआ कि गंगा में मां की राख बहने से ये गंगा और पवित्र हो गई है। इन सभी व्यथाओं से ऊपर उठने के लिए वे अध्यात्म के प्रति अग्रसर हुए और तब हिमालय से कन्याकुमारी और द्वारिका से पुरी, उत्तर दक्षिण पूर्व पश्चिम दिशाओं में उन्होंने गुरु की खोज शुरू कर दी। एक के बाद एक लगातार कष्ट उनके जीवन का विषाद योग प्रकट करता है। यही है उनके जीवन का विषाद योग। द्वितीय अध्याय, सांख्य योग। विचलित मन को शांत करने का मार्ग योग है। डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार चैटर्जी के साथ ये होना तय था क्योंकि उन्होंने इसे स्वयं पर होने दिया। उनका आविर्भाव 24 दिसंबर 1933 को हुआ था तथा तिरोधान 22 फरवरी 2017 को हुआ। इनके आविर्भाव और देहांत दोनों का अंक ज्योतिष कुल योग 7 होता है, जो कि सहस्रार चक्र को दर्शाता है, जो अद्वैत परम शून्य ब्रह्म है। सूक्ष्म रूप से डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार चैटर्जी एवं श्यामाचरण लाहिड़ी एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं। 90वें पवित्र आविर्भाव दिवस के अवसर पर हम गीता के 18 अध्यायों पर आधारित गुरुदेव के जीवन के सदृश छोटी सी डॉक्यूमेंट्री के माध्यम से उनको प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। संख्या 9 का शाब्दिक अर्थ है आध्यात्मिक पथ पर अग्रसर होना, सार्वभौमिक प्रेम, करुणा। जो उन्होंने कहा है, मनुष्य की प्रवृत्ति आध्यात्मिक पथ पर अग्रसर होना, वे सार्वभौमिक प्रेम और करुणा के मूर्त प्रतीक हैं। संख्या 9 का यौगिक तात्पर्य है 18 बराबर 6 चक्र अंतर्मुखी प्राणायाम खींचना। 6 चक्र से अंतर्मुखी प्राणायाम को उतारना, फिर 6 प्राणायाम को ऊपर ले जाना, यानी 6 धन 6 धन 6 बराबर 18। इस स्थिति में अगर किसी का देहांत हो जाता है तो यौगिक रूप से असल देहांत कहा जाता है, क्योंकि वो ब्रह्म में विलीन हो जाता है। इसलिए उनका 90वां आविर्भाव दिवस और गीता के 18 अध्यायों में कितना मेल बंधन सूचित करता है। यही उनके जीवन तथा सभी के जीवन का सांख्य योग दर्शाता है। तृतीय अध्याय, कर्मयोग। उनका जीवन एक कर्मयोगी का जीवन है। उन्हें अनगिनत आर्थिक कठिनाइयों से भी गुजरना पड़ा, लेकिन तब भी उन्होंने अपने पारिवारिक, सामाजिक, आधिकारिक और सभी जिम्मेदारियों के साथ साथ एक आदर्श संतान, उत्तम पति, भाई, पिता, कर्मचारी, भक्त एवं गुरु के रूप में वे कर्मयोग की पराकाष्ठा हैं। कलकत्ता पुलिस विभाग में कार्यरत होने के नाते अपने दायित्व को संपूर्णता से निभाते हुए वे क्रियायोग के प्रति अपनी भक्ति पर दृढ़ रहे। अनियमित पुलिस के कर्तव्य के बावजूद वे अपने क्रिया अभ्यास को क्रियान्वित करने में कभी असफल नहीं हुए और किसी भी भौतिक तत्वों से खुद को नहीं जोड़ा। किसी भी वस्तु से आकर्षित हुए बिना हमें कर्मयोग और कर्मयोगी के कर्तव्यों की सीख दी। चतुर्थ अध्याय ज्ञान कर्म संन्यास योग। समय अनुसार क्रियायोग से आत्मज्ञान अर्जित किया, जिसका उनके द्वारा भिन्न भिन्न भाषाओं में लिखे लेख परिचय देते हैं और इंडोलॉजी में उनका अतुल्य अवदान दर्शाते हैं। उनकी साधना के साथ साथ ट्रिलॉजी पुराण पुरुष, श्यामाचरण क्रियायोग व अद्वैतवाद तथा कौन हैं ये श्यामाचरण, जिनका भिन्न भिन्न भाषाओं में अनुवाद हुआ, ये ग्रंथ अनमोल ज्ञान को सूचित करते हैं, क्योंकि सारे विश्व में लाहिड़ी महाशय के सिद्धांत के आगे जो व्याख्यान उन्होंने पेश किया वो अमोघ है और सारे विश्व का धर्म इतिहास है। उनको महामहोपाध्याय, विश्व क्रियायोग मास्टर जैसी उपाधि से सम्मानित किया गया, लेकिन इतने सारे कर्म निभाकर भी उससे निर्लिप्त रहे। यही है उनके जीवन का ज्ञान कर्म संन्यास योग। पंचम अध्याय संन्यास योग। सब में पूर्ण रूप से होकर भी निर्लिप्त होना, अपने सारे दायित्वों को पूरा करते हुए भी क्रिया योग के माध्यम से उन्होंने उच्च शिखर पर आरूढ़ होकर कर्म फल और सिद्धियों को अर्जित करवाया और इसके बाद उन्होंने इसे त्याग दिया, जैसा कि सभी क्रिया अभ्यासियों को करना चाहिए। यही कर्म संन्यास योग है। षष्ठम अध्याय अभ्यास योग। गुरुजी ने क्रिया योग का संपूर्ण निष्ठापूर्वक और कठोरता से पालन किया। जैसे लाहिड़ी महाशय जी ने मिलिट्री इंजीनियरिंग विभाग में कार्य किया, उसी तरह गुरुजी ने भी अनुशासित सिद्धांतों को अपनाया और अपने जीवन में क्रिया योग के अनुशासन से अभ्यास योग का पालन किया और हमें सीख दी। सप्तम अध्याय ज्ञान विज्ञान योग। गीता में कहा गया है, ज्ञान विज्ञान सहितम, क्रिया योग ही ज्ञान विज्ञान है। गुरुदेव ने इस क्रिया योग का निष्ठापूर्वक अभ्यास करके स्वयं पर ज्ञान का प्रकाश करवाया। यही ज्ञान विज्ञान योग है। अष्टम अध्याय अक्षर ब्रह्म योग। गुरुदेव योग साधना के माध्यम से उस अवस्था में पहुंचे जहां स्वयं लाहिड़ी महाशय जी अक्षर ब्रह्म हैं। वो स्वयं आदि पुरुष भगवान हैं और इसी आधार पर उन्होंने ग्रंथ पुराण पुरुष की रचना की। इस तरह का अनावरण न कभी हुआ है और न कभी होगा। नवम अध्याय राज विद्या राजगुह्य योग। वे केवल एक ही हैं जिन्होंने क्रिया योग के उच्चतम स्तर को पार किया। ये सबसे पवित्र तथा सर्वश्रेष्ठ है। ये अविनाशी ज्ञान जो उन्होंने संपूर्णतः स्वयं पर राजविद्या के ज्ञान का प्रकाश करवाया। दशम अध्याय विभूति योग। लाहिड़ी महाशय जी ने कहा, अलौकिक शक्तियों पर संयम रखना चाहिए। गुरुदेव ने साधना के पथ पर ये सिद्धियां अपने ऊपर होने दी। जैसा लाहिड़ी महाशय जी ने कहा है, भूल करके तकना भी नहीं, इन सिद्धियों के परे जाना है। गुरुदेव ने अपनी सिद्धियों को कभी प्रदर्शित नहीं किया, परंतु उनके शिष्यों ने उनके जीवन में अलग अलग तरह से उसे अनुभव किया और विभूति योग को समझा। एकादश अध्याय विश्वरूप दर्शन योग। साधना के उच्च शिखर पर पहुंचकर उन्होंने सूक्ष्म ब्रह्मांड में संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड का दर्शन करवाया और उसमें विलीन हो गए। उनकी दिव्य दृष्टि के प्रकाश से वे सर्वज्ञाता तथा त्रिकालदर्शी हैं। द्वादश अध्याय भक्ति योग। किसी भी योगी के जीवन में दीक्षा अत्यंत अनिवार्य होती है। इसी प्रकार उनके मार्गदर्शन के लिए उनके जीवन में 3 गुरु थे, श्री अन्नदाचरण शास्त्री भट्टाचार्य, श्री सुंदरलाल लाला जी और श्री सत्यचरण लाहिड़ी जी। अपने गुरुओं के प्रति उनकी भक्ति अतुलनीय थी। श्री अन्नदाचरण जी जानते थे कि गुरु जी कौन हैं और गुरु जी ने अपने गुरु के कहने मात्र से उन्होंने अग्नि साक्षी दीक्षा ली। जैसा लाहिड़ी महाशय जी ने कहा है कि ये साधना करने से एक संपूर्णता प्राप्त होती है जिससे परम भक्ति प्राप्त होती है, लेकिन ये दुर्लभ है। इस तरह की भक्ति गुरुदेव में पहले से थी और उनके जीवन के माध्यम से उन्होंने शिष्यों के सामने भक्ति योग का उदाहरण रखा। त्रयोदशोध्याय क्षेत्र क्षेत्रज्ञ विभाग योग। उन्होंने अपने देह रूपी क्षेत्र में इस साधना का कर्षण किया और साधना के उच्च शिखर पर पहुंच गए, और यही क्षेत्र क्षेत्रज्ञ विभाग योग है। ये दृष्टांत उन्होंने मुमुक्षु गणों को प्रदान किया है। चतुर्दशोध्याय गुणत्रय विभाग योग। क्रियायोग की साधना से सात्विक, राजसिक और तामसिक तीनों गुणों के परे गए। उनके जीवन में सात्विक गुण क्या था, वे सभी के लिए मार्गदर्शक सिद्धांत हैं। राजसिक गुण क्या था, उत्कृष्ट महीम चावल, खुशबूदार साबुन, उत्कृष्ट दार्जिलिंग चाय, सौंदर्यपूर्ण रूप से घर को रखना। तामसिक गुण क्या था, उनको बहुत पसंद थी देसी घी में तली हुई पुरी, उत्कृष्ट मछली और धूम्रपान। इन सभी में लगन थी, परंतु किसी में लगन उतनी दृढ़ कभी नहीं थी। इसके परे जाकर त्रिगुणातीत अवस्था स्वयं को प्राप्त करवाई और मानव जाति को दृष्टांत दिखलाया। पंचदशोध्याय पुरुषोत्तम योग। वे स्वयं पुरुषोत्तम हैं, वे स्वयं पुराण पुरुष हैं जो उनकी कर्म परिधि से प्रकट होता है। षोडशोध्याय दैवासुर संपद विभाग योग। देव एवं असुर अर्थात प्रवृत्ति पक्ष और निवृत्ति पक्ष। गुरुदेव ने अपने जीवन में संयम, अनुशासन एवं क्रिया योग के माध्यम से प्रवृत्ति पक्ष से निवृत्ति के परे अद्वैत अवस्था में स्वयं को पहुंचाया। ये उनके अनेक ग्रंथों और उनके व्याख्यानों से प्रमाणित होता है। सप्तदशोध्याय श्रद्धात्रय विभाग योग। गुरुदेव की श्रद्धा अपने गुरुओं के प्रति दृढ़ और अतुलनीय थी। उन्होंने अपने गुरु की आज्ञा का पालन किया और उन्होंने अपने तीसरे गुरु के कठोर वचनों को भी प्रसाद और आशीर्वाद समझकर ग्रहण किया। सत्यचरण लाहिड़ी महाशय ने एक बार गुरुदेव से क्रिया के सूक्ष्म तत्वों के विषय में स्पष्टीकरण मांगा, तो गुरुदेव ने उनके वचनों का अनुपालन किया, मगर एक क्षण के लिए भी उनके गुरु के प्रति जो निष्ठापूर्ण श्रद्धा, भक्ति, विश्वास थे वो अविचल रहे। जब उन्हें पुराण पुरुष रचने की आज्ञा मिली तब उन्होंने उसे भी स्वीकार कर लिया। गुरुदेव की श्रद्धा दृढ़ रही और यही है श्रद्धात्रय विभाग योग, जिसका उदाहरण गुरुदेव ने अपने शिष्यों को दिया। अष्टदशोध्याय मोक्ष संन्यास योग। लाहिड़ी महाशय जी ने कहा है, अब ना आना न जाना। लाहिड़ी महाशय जी का जीवन भी गीता के अनुरूप है, वैसे ही गुरुदेव का जीवन भी गीता के अनुरूप है। महामहोपाध्याय योगाचार्य डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार चैटर्जी ने 1991 में निहित रूप से स्वयं का परिचय दिया। त्रेता युग में भगवान श्री राम के आंशिक प्रकाश वाल्मीकि के द्वारा रामायण ग्रंथ रचित हुआ। तद्रुप द्वापर युग में भगवान श्री कृष्ण के आंशिक प्रकाश श्री वेद व्यास के द्वारा महाभारत ग्रंथ रचित हुआ। इस प्रकार भगवान का जब कलयुग के अंत काल में भगवान श्यामाचरण लाहिड़ी जी के रूप में आविर्भाव हुआ तो पुराण पुरुष नामक ग्रंथ की रचना भगवान के आंशिक प्रकाश द्वारा की। संक्षेप में गुरुजी के जीवन ने भगवद गीता की शिक्षाओं को अपने क्रियायोग अभ्यास के साथ सामंजस्य पूर्ण रूप से मिश्रित किया, जिससे सभी साधकों को आत्म प्राप्ति और आध्यात्मिक जागृति के मार्ग पर गहन मार्गदर्शन मिला। लाहिड़ी महाशय जी की उक्ति गुरु समान दाता नहीं को परिपूर्ण रूप से उन्होंने पूरा किया। इसीलिए गुरुदेव महामहोपाध्याय योगाचार्य डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार चैटर्जी गीता की पराकाष्ठा हैं। इस हेतु गीत रूपी अस्त्र अंतर्मुखी प्राणायाम के माध्यम से त्राण सभी को मिलना है। यही प्रकृत रूप से सन्यास है, क्योंकि जन्म मृत्यु के चक्र से योगी इसके परे जाते हैं। यही है मोक्ष सन्यास योग। 90वें पवित्र आविर्भाव दिवस के अवसर पर गीता के 18 अध्यायों पर आधारित गुरुदेव के जीवन की सदृश ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री योगी राज श्यामाचरण मिशन का एक विनम्र प्रयास है। उनके चरणों में अनंत अनंत कोटि कोटि भक्तिपूर्ण प्रणाम। जय गुरुदेव, जय योगी राज, जय भगवान।
So, as you have seen, this was the attempt by the missions to pay obeisance to our Guruji through the medium of the AV, just to highlight how the 18 chapters of the Gita, जो 18 chapter हैं, how they are sibilant with the Bhagavad Gita as it is. Many of you would have recognized the voice. तो ये हरीश भिमानी जी का वॉइस ओवर था. So श्री हरीश भिमानी जी of course is famous for the Mahabharata. जो मैं समय हूँ, तो we are very fortunate that he rendered his thing. So we'll carry forward the program as soon as the setting is done. I'll invite our esteemed dignitaries to come up on the stage. While we await the arrangements for those who may have come in a little bit later, we thank you and welcome you all. This is a program to commemorate and celebrate the 90th Advent anniversary of our Venerable Gurudev Mahamahopadhyay Yogacharya Dr. Ashok Kumar Chatterjee Mahashay. As you may have seen, as part of the program, after the brief talks on Kriyayoga, if anybody has any question and answer, we would welcome that as well. Some of you might have some doubts, some of you may be familiar with Kriyayoga, the practice of sadhana, so we could have a brief question and answer session. And then of course the finale is a beautiful melodious interlude of devotional music. Based on some poems that have been composed by Guruji, and of course Mirabai and Kabir Das bhajan. So that's going to be the program sequence. I think we are set. So may I invite and request Srimati Jayati Kapoor ji, Founder Working President, Shri Shantanu Kapoor, Founder Member, Senior Advisor, Justice Brian Shri Krishna ji, Shirish Kedare ji. May we request you to please come up on stage. Rajesh ji, Nitin ji, if you can request you to please escort them. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. May I request Srimati Jayati Kapoor ji to please felicitate our eminent guest, Justice Sri Krishna ji, with a bouquet and shawl. This is a specially prepared memento to commemorate the 90th Advent anniversary that is being specially presented to Justice Sri Krishna. I now request Jayati Kapoor ji to please felicitate Dr. Shirish Kedare ji, the bouquet, shawl, and the specially prepared memento. This is a specially prepared memento as well to commemorate the very divine occasion of the Advent anniversary of Gurudev. I now request Rajesh Ayerji to please felicitate Sri Shantanu Kapoorji with a shawl, bouquet and the memento. Now request Rajesh ji again to please felicitate Srimati Jayati Kapoorji, founder working president of Yogiraj Shamacharan Mission and Shamacharan Sanatan Mission. The shawl, bouquet and the memento. Thank you very much, one and all. May I now request Justice Sri Krishna to please say a few words. By way of a quick introduction, as I've said earlier, he's an eminent jurist, former judge of the Supreme Court of India. He's been very, very kindly associated with our mission and organization for several years now. And we are once again deeply thankful for his taking the time to be with us. Thank you, sir. And yes, sir, sure, sure.
Srimati Jayati Kapoor, working president of this institution. Shri Shantanu Kapoor, founder working president of the institution. Dr. Kedare, and dear friends. First of all, I must apologize. My throat is still in bad shape. Maybe because I don't do Kriyayoga. Probably that will be an incentive for me. Gena chittasya padena vacham malam sharirasya cha bheshajena yopakarot tam pravaram muninam patanjalim pranjaliranatosmi. Yoga started from Bhagavan himself, whether you call him Sadashiva, Mahavishnu, Narayana, whatever. Then Maharshi was the one who, Maharshi Patanjali was the one who systematized it into his Yoga Sutras. Then from him, it went on and on and on, branching out into various systems, and each one took one aspect and popularized it. You have therefore the Ashtanga Yoga, then you have the Dhyana Yoga, Raja Yoga, and then you have the Kriya Yoga, and various acharyas who came successively one after another, added their own way of cultivation of the yoga, and the yoga has now become very prominent in the whole world. Bhagavan says in the Gita, Vivasvate yogam proktavan ahamavyayam vivasvan manave praha manurikshvakave bravit evam parampara praptam imam rajarishayo viduhu Sakale neha mahata yogo nashtah parantapa. He says, hey Arjuna, I am the one who taught this first to Vivaswan, the first Manu. And then Vivaswan taught it to his son Manu. And then Manu taught it to the various Rajarshis. And ultimately, it was passed on from hand to hand from Guru to Shishya. And by advent of time, it has become absolutely debilitated. Now, it is to the credit of these kinds of Yogiraj, it is to the credit of these kind of yogis and Maharshis themselves in their own right to have continued the Guru Parampara and the Vidya that they got from their Guru. Now, talking about Kriyayoga, it's an interesting thing that originally hardly anybody knew about it till Yogiraj Guru, that is Babaji of Himalaya, was the one who nobody knows who he was, where he came from, and what was his credentials. But he popularized this Kriya Yoga, and then from him it came to Lahiri Mahashaya, and then to the present Acharya of the 90th Advent on this surface of earth, whose 90th Advent we are celebrating today. The peculiarity of Kriya Yoga is it is based on a system of pranayama. Prana is the vital force. The vital force of prana is contained in the breath. Now, medical science accepts it, there is no doubt. We all accept it because if you don't breathe, you are not alive. Now, the ability to control breath has always been recognized as the ability to control life itself. Kriya Yoga teaches a special type of pranayama by which you control the breath in such a manner that whatever you exhale and whatever you inhale is bereft of all kinds of pollutory agents. Now, as a result of which, what you are exiting from your nose or mouth or whenever manner you are advised to, what is exhaled is all the bad things, what is inhaled are all the good things, which are the poshakas of the prana. That is how the yogis of the age-old ancient system were able to ensure that the medical doctors here will tell you that every time you breathe, your one cell keeps on debilitating or dying by time. Now, this is the one that is stopped. So they were able to live for thousands of years, not hundreds only. Now, anybody who reaches 91, we say has granted a great hours. Therefore, there was a situation where this kind of Kriya Yoga helped people to live for thousands of years, not simply live, do good for the people, to teach people what needs to be done, both for physical existence and for spiritual benevolence. That is why in the Viveka Chudamani, Bhagavan Shankaracharya said a very beautiful way. He says, Shanta Mahanto Nivasanti Santaha, Ashok Vasantaval Lokahitam Charantaha, Swayam Vitirna Bhima Bhavarnavam, Janana Hetuna Anyana Pitarayantaha. He says, there are great people in this world. We may not know them, we may not recognize them at all. We may have never heard of them. What do? They are like the breeze, cool breeze during Vasanta Ritu. What does it do? It invigorates you. It makes you live. It makes you happy. Similarly, these people tell you good things. Why? Because they have already crossed the ocean of this samsara. They have nothing to gain from this. Janan ahetuna, for no reason at all except for they want to teach you. What do they teach you? Janan ahetuna anyana pitarayanta, how to get rid of these problems in life, how to attain that ultimate Aham Brahmasmi, which is taught to us by all the Upanishads, all the Vedantas, and yoga not excluded. So yoga also tells us something interesting. Even Patanjali recognizes this. Start by saying what? Second sutra of Yoga Sutra is, Yogas chittavritti nishodha. Yoga is not physical exercise. It is not what they teach you in the dancing school or Zumba school or something like that. It is something that is intended to control your mind. Without control of mind, yoga has no meaning. And then again, he says, there are three things which are Kriya Yoga. What are these things? Abhyasa, then tapas. Thank you very much. No, this would, if they aggravated, hold hot water would be all right. Sorry. Tapas, Swadhyaya, and Pranidhanani Kriya Yoga. 2.2, chapter 2, Sutra 1 of Yoga Sutra says, Tapaha Swadhyaya Ishvara Pranidhanani Kriya Yoga. Now, how it is Kriya Yoga, it is very difficult to understand unless, even if you read the Bhashya of Yoga Sutras, you are unable to understand and decipher the meaning of it. It is these gurus who, because of their practical experience, who have understood it, explain it to her, and this is therefore one of those mystics, one of those methodologies which have to be done one-to-one from a guru to shishya. That is why the gurus are given such a revered importance in our system. May we therefore pray to the good Lord that He may from time to time, He has promised us, no? He has promised us, yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bharata abhyutthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srajamyaham. So whenever there is a deficiency in dharma, whenever there is proficiency of evil, I will ensure that a good person, good soul is born. For what purpose? For abhyutthanam adharmasya. Therefore that promise, we pray to Him that He may come keep His promise, and every now and then when we are getting lost, produce some great soul like this who will be able to take us on the right path. Thank you very much for inviting me here. God bless you all, and may you all have greater interest in yoga, greater interest in yoga, and may become experts in on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those very kind and wise words. Many pertinent points that you have brought up. Moving the program swiftly ahead, may I now request Dr. Shirish Kedare to please deliver his address.
Honorable Justice Shri Krishna, Honorable Founder Member Shri Shantanu Kapoor, Honorable Joyita Kapoorji, all the dignitaries in the function and in audience, because they are also the dignitaries who are part of this effort. So I am not a yogi. I do not practice Kriya Yoga, though I know a lot of things externally about it. Maybe I am a Karma Yogi, doing whatever comes in my way and what I am supposed to do, trying to do my role, my bhumika in the social structure, in the game of opportunities. And this is an honor to me to grace an occasion where Yogiraj Shamcharan Lahiri Mahashay ji and Guruji Dr. Ashok ji's presence in some form is there. So I'll talk about something that I see and I experience and I think. That's about. So I am working as director in IIT Bombay. So I interact with students, faculty, and on that occasion many others. And I feel that today is a crisis of relations. So students today are unrelated to the relevance, the reality. And that's one of the major problem. And they are away from the reality and maybe disconnected from their own life maybe. and maybe they see the interactions between human beings as only transactionals, give and take. So everywhere maybe they are exposed to that type of world, and that's what we also see around. We are either customer, right, or supplier. Even in the streets we are like that, but also in the friends nowadays, also at the home, right? The relations are dwindling. They are more like transactional relations, transactional interactions. And I feel it's a crisis of relations. That's what I see. Whereas our culture, in fact, always put relations as a major part of the social structure. And in our culture, there are names for so many relations to each other, right? In Western world, there is just uncle and auntie and cousins and nephews. That's it. Whereas we have so many different layers, right? I did not go into details, but you know, in our all languages, relations are actually recognized, and there are different systems at the time of marriage. Each one has different role in the society. When the temple function is held, there is a role for each community. That's how the relations were maintained and had a role, and there is no hatred. That's one major thing. The hatred between relations is, I think, a recent phenomenon. That recent can be 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. But the hatred between relations is something new to this culture. So I feel that, so in our college also, we see that actually parents are, I was just coming on the way, and these are professors we were discussing, and then parents are asking the professor that his child, his son or daughter should be given better grade, and he should work more, the student should work more, and the teacher should give better grade. In the process, what happens to that student is immaterial to the parent. So he wants the career to be developed, but the parents are not concerned what actually happens to the mind of the person. So maybe it's a transaction for him, that what he couldn't do, get a IAS position or IIT Bombay, that his student should do. So I think even that is not a relation. They are not sensitive to the needs. So I feel it's a crisis of relations. And then there is and in that process, nobody knows who am I. That's a basic philosophical question that we ask as a culture, as a thought, as a jnana. Who am I? So this crisis of identity, and in Western world we are taught that each one is individual, and then each one has transaction with others. But in our philosophy, we have a continuously growing identity in a spirally upwinding. For example, I am a person and I have my identity, but I am also part of a family, and I'm proud of my family identity, and then I'm proud of the mohalla that I am part of, and that identity, and my community, I'm also proud of it, and there is no conflict. It's not that my family and I am at a conflict. Well, I won't take much time, but yes, this is the today's situation I see, and I think that this yoga is in fact what we have thought about is right from the person to family, to mohalla, to janapad, to rashtra, to vishwa, to the chaitanya. There is a continuum, this continuing growing identity was our approach, and so we say that we are part of that Brahma Chaitanya. And so our philosophy says that everybody is a part of that larger Chaitanya, Brahma, or whatever you call it. In different systems you call it different, but finally it's energy. I'm an energy professor, so I am energy and Ananda, Chidananda, and you are part of it. So there is a continuity. And it's not transaction. There is no transaction between God and me, that He will give me and take me to heaven. So there is a relation between that Chaitanya and myself. I think we now need to work on this more, and we now need to give experience to others of these relations. Today there is a lot of talk of AI, and we were also discussing about AI. And I feel that AI is a blessing. Because, for example, some years back, there was a washing machine which was invented, and otherwise we used to do cleaning by hand. But now there is washing machine. I can wash my clothes in the machine, and I can save time, and I can do something else. Similarly, AI does a lot of repetitive work. Comprehensive, repetitive, intellectual work it can do. I need not do it and spend that time to something else, which is relational efforts. Can we now concentrate more on human relations, talking to each other? Because AI can't do that. AI can think maybe, but can't understand. Right? It can't understand. It can learn. There are learning systems, but it can't understand each other unless it's programmed to do that within that framework. So I think there is a lot of scope for yoga now. And we should now try to change the approach of our friends and others, slowly put them for this value of yoga, maybe Kriyayoga or whatever, the value of these relations. But I think it's more of a feeling. It can't be told. Right? Parent can't just say that I love you, I like you. It's just taking him near you to the chest, just tapping, and that's it. It has to be felt. The relations have to be felt. It's an experience. All these things that we have, yoga, actually it's a feeling that slowly you become more sensitive, more pure, and you experience more and more depth. That's how I think the progress in yoga is. So I think the world needs it, and AI is not a hindrance. It's an opportunity so that we can spend time on all these things. So I think maybe let's decide that we will do it. Yeah, it will take time, but let's decide. And let's decide ourselves to be clear about and experimenting on the relations. And so we always said there are two shlokas which I may not recite fully, but sarve pi sukhina santu, sarve santu nirabhaya. So our system always says sarva. 3 times in that shloka there is sarva. So whatever we do, we want to involve everybody. And going to everybody, we need to work on relations at all strata of society. And then other shloka I will say is Sangatan Mantra. Om Sangachadvam, Om Sangachadvam, Samvadadvam. That means we all should work together. So if we all work together to reach everybody, to give this experience of relation, Manaviya Sambandha, I think the world will change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kedare. And just a quick pointer on that. One of our efforts really has been as an organization to be more well in tuned with many educational other prominent institutions, and you've been very kind in allowing us to conduct a few programs for your students. So hopefully that continues. So thank you very much for that. May I now request Sri Shantanu Kapoorji to deliver his address. Just a brief introduction. Shantanu Kapoorji is a founder, member and senior advisor of Yogiraj Shamacharan Mission and Shamacharan Sanatan Mission, and he has been a practitioner of Kriyayoga sadhana for more than 3.5 decades, so more than 35 years. We've been speaking about IIT, so it is important to mention here that he himself is a chemical engineer from IIT Kharagpur. And after a very stellar and illustrious set of jobs in various multinationals, he sort of took on the spiritual path and has devoted his entire life practicing the sadhana, being in close proximity to Venerable Gurudev, penning various poems, various articles, and various other books and journals, and of course making each and every arduous effort to spread the ideals and tenets of Lahiri Mahashaya through the medium of this organization. So we are very kind to have him here with us. May I request you to deliver your address.
Jai Bhagavan. Honorable Justice B.N. Sri Krishna, Dr. Sarish Kadare, Director, IIT Powai, Mumbai, and respected members of the audience. Practice of Sanatana Yoga or Kriya Yoga is believed to have started with the very dawn of civilization, long before the first religions or belief systems were born. In the yogic lore, Lord Shiva is seen as the first Guru or the Adi Guru. Several thousands of years ago, on the banks of Kanti Sarovar Lake in the Himalayas, Lord Shiva, the Adi Yogi or the Adi Guru, gave this yogic knowledge to the Saptarishis or the 7 sages. The name of these Saptarishis, according to the earliest ancient scriptures, were Agastya, Atri, Bharadwaj, Gautama, Jamadagni, and Vishishta, and lastly, but not the least, Vishwamitra. The 7 sages carried this powerful yogic science to the different parts of the world, including Asia, Middle East, Northern Africa, and South America. The Saptarishis throughout the subcontinent disseminated this yogic culture around a core yogic way of life. Interestingly, modern scholars have noted and marveled at close parallels found between ancient cultures across the globe. Indus-Saraswat Valley civilization, dating back to 2700 BC or 4800 years ago, show fossilized seals and figures of human forms in yogic postures. Now, before we embark upon further discussions on our subject matter, which is the life and sadhana techniques of Yogiraj Shamacharan Lahiri, I would like to discuss and throw light upon some aspects of Sanatana Yoga or Sanatana Dharma. The term Dharma has been coined from the Sanskrit conjugation dri, which means to hold. We cannot see anything in this universe which holds everything. But there is an universal essence which is holding the entire universe along with the sun, the stars, the moon, the sky, the air, trees, insects, animals, birds, human beings, and this entire world, and is inextricably linked as the source of everything. This universal prana essence is upholding every being, animate and inanimate, in this entire universe, and that is why this is known as dharma. In our society, in the name of dharma, all the different sects that are prevalent, namely Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Jainism, and many others, none of them can be termed as dharma because of divisibility. Dharma is one and indivisible. It is prana dharma, and because prana is all pervasive, it is indivisible. True dharma has never been created, it can never be destroyed, and it does not have any rise and fall. This indivisible, infinite, all-encompassing prana dharma has been conceptualized by human beings to exist in different parts like Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, etc. Whereas in actuality, they are all the same. The ultimate still state is only dharma or Bhagwan. It only appears in different forms, in different shapes and sizes due to variation in vibration levels, and expresses itself as bricks, pieces of wood, trees, birds, different animals, thunder, lightning, air, space, humans, etc. Whatever you know or don't know is a manifestation of Bhagwan or God or Lord or Allah or Brahman, which are essentially different names of the one, the absolute still state of prana. Now let us come to our main theme of Shyamacharan Laidi Mahasaya, also known as the fountainhead of Kriyayoga, who obtained his initiation from his Gurudeva, Babaji Maharaj, in the Himalayas in the path of Kriyayoga, and then spread it across the masses, irrespective of social status, caste, creed, religion, and transformed their lives. Who is he? Let us take an in-depth look at him and his sadhana, including his early life. Shyamacharan Laidi was born in Ghurni village in Nadia district of the state of West Bengal, India, on 30th of September 1828. His father, Gaur Mohan, subsequently migrated from Ghurni and settled in the then Kashi, now known as Banaras, with his entire family. When Shyamacharan attained the age of 5, his father started to think about his son's education. In those days, under the British rule, getting a job for an English medium educated person was extremely easy. Perhaps keeping this in mind, Gaur Mohan got his son admitted in Jainarayan English medium school. He studied in the school till the age of 12. After that, Shyamacharan was admitted in the English school of Government Sanskrit College, where he studied for 8 years till 1848. Then his age was 20 years. Although it is not known how far he studied, it is a well-known fact that he was well educated. He knew French, English, Bengali, Urdu, Hindi, and Sanskrit. While studying in college, in the year 1846, Shyamacharan was married to Kashimani Devi, the only daughter of Devnaran Sanal Vachaspati, who was a family friend of Gaur Mohan. Shyamacharan was then 18 years old and Kashimani Devi 9 years. At the age of 23, Shyamacharan joined Public Works Department, Military Engineering Works, and got his first posting in Ghazipur as a clerk. The job was transferable and subsequently he was posted in Mirzapur, Buxar, Katua, Gorakhpur, Danapur, Ranikhet, Kashi, etc. Towards the end of his career, he was promoted to the position of barrack master, a position currently equivalent to subdivisional officer. In 1852, he was transferred to Kashi, and in 1868, 23rd November, he received his transfer orders to Ranikhet. On 27th November 1868, Shyamacharan set out for Ranikhet. In all probability, he would have reached Ranikhet by the first week of December 1868. And it was here that he met his predestined Gurudev Babaji, who initiated him into the path of Kriyayoga, an age-old yogic tradition which used to be practiced by the Munis and Rishis of yore, but declined over a period of time. With the initiation of Shyamacharan, the practice of Kriyayoga was again reinstated on the holy soil of Bharata and thence the whole world. The sadhan which Shyamacharan received from his Gurudev essentially involves instilling the 5 main vayus which exist in a human body. They are known as Pran, Apan, Saman, Udan and Vyan. By the practice of pranayam, which is essentially different from Hatha Yoga pranayams, being carried out through the Sushumna Nadi, also known as Antarmukhi pranayam, Pran and Apan vayus are stilled. By practicing Navi Kriya, Saman vayu is stilled, and by practicing Mahamudra, Udan and Vyan vayus are stilled. This way, after the 5 vayus are stilled, our mind becomes still, and through Yoni Mudra, self-visualization takes place. All the above mentioned activities are the various parts of Kriya Yoga sadhana. Shyamacharan returned to Kashi after being initiated by his Gurudev, who ordered him to spread this yogic science, Kriya Yoga, amongst householders who needed it the most, because the householders were mostly beguiled by fraudulent religious people and needed a guide to show them the right path. Within a very short while, Shyamacharan acquired immense yogic powers in view of Kriya Yoga practice carried out by him in his past lives. Because the result of this Kriya Yoga is imperishable and is carried over from one life to the other, seeing which Shyamacharan's father-in-law Devnaran Sanal Vachaspati gave him the name Yogiraj, literally meaning King of Yoga. Henceforth, we would call him Yogiraj Shyamacharan instead of Shyamacharan Lahiri for the sake of brevity. Yogiraj used to give Kriya in 4 stages, that is first, second, third and fourth Kriya. He declared that practicing of Kriya is equivalent to chanting of the Vedas. He would refer to the first Kriya as Rig Veda, the second Kriya as the Sama Veda, the third Kriya as the Yajur Veda, and the fourth Kriya as Atharva Veda. The stage whereon these 4 Kriyas or Vedas Yogiraj used to call Vedanta or Kriyas Paravastha, which grammatically can be analyzed as Kriya, that is Veda, and anta meaning end, which when conjoined together becomes Vedanta. So the term Vedanta actually refers to a stage when a Kriya practitioner, by practicing 10,61,000 Uttam pranayams, each Uttam pranayams require 50 seconds to execute, achieves Keval Kumbhak, a state when inhalation and exhalation of breath totally stops. This figure of 10,61,000 pranayams has been arrived at by practicing 2 lakh pranayams at each of the 5 stages, chakras, that is Muladhar, Manipur, Anahata, Vishuddha, Swadhisthana, that comes to 10 lakhs, and another 61,000 pranayams at Anga Chakra, enabling the Kriya practitioner to find settlement at Kutastha or Anga Chakra. It's the opposite side of Anga Chakra is Kutastha here, which is also known as the third eye. Once a Kriya practitioner finds settlement at Anga Chakra, his sadhana ends here, as it is not possible to traverse the region from Anga Chakra to Sahasrara by practice, because the range Anga to Sahasrara one can traverse only through Guru Kripa. At this stage, the sadhak graduates to a yogi by surrendering to the lotus feet of his Gurudeva or to the Ishtadevata or to the Almighty, just as Yogiraj upon reaching this stage wrote in his diary, Ab aage marzi Malik ki. That is Ishwar Pranidhan. Yogiraj has beautifully expressed Kriyayoga or Ashtanga Yoga by integrating the various stages of progression by the numbers of pranayams executed, leading to Samadhi. Yam and Niyam are basically control of body and mind, orienting the latter towards Sattva-guna. Asana is the yogic posture in which practitioner sits for doing his Kriya practice. Sukhasana is the best suited for doing long hours of Kriya, though Yogiraj used to sit in Padmasana. Then comes Pranayam, which is essentially pranayam executed through the Sushumna Nadi, an internal antarmukhi pranayam which was shown by Yogiraj to all his disciples and can only be shown by the Guru to their would-be disciples at the time of giving Kriya Yoga initiation, and hence it is entirely a Gurumukhi Vidya. Yogiraj has explained the various stages of Ashtanga Yoga through the number of pranayams in the context of Sankhya Yoga. Yogiraj said 12 Uttam pranayams lead to pratyahar or withdrawal from sensory objects, 144 Uttam pranayams lead to dharana, which happens when soul realization takes place, 172 8 Uttam pranayams lead to Atma Vishayak Sthir Laksha or soul cogitation, and 20,736 Uttam pranayams lead to Samadhi, which is the 8th and final stage of Kriya Yoga. Once a Kriya Yogi finds settlement in Aga Chakra by practicing 10,61,000 pranayams, Uttam pranayams of course, may not be in one birth, but may be in cumulative births. Keval Kumbhak occurs when inhalation and exhalation through Ida and Pingala and even Sushumna totally stops, which only is known as Kriya's Paravastha or Moksha, which Yogiraj has stated very categorically in his diary, which is beyond Samadhi actually. This is the Adi Guru state or the Adi Yogi state, which yogis attain through ardent Kriya Yoga sadhana. Yogiraj would term the state of Keval Kumbhak or Kriya's Paravastha as Paravastha only, which is a Trigunatit state that is beyond 3 gunas. Excuse me please, I just clippers go on. So, yep. Jogiraj used to say, practicing of Kriya is Ved part or chanting of the Vedas. It is known as Karma Yoga. While practicing Kriya, Karma Yoga is Karma Yoga. While practicing Kriya, when sadhaka gets soul visualization or also known as Atma Darshan, he slowly but surely gets attracted to it. This only is known as Bhakti Yoga. And finally, staying in Kriya's Paravastha or state, when all Kriya's action has automatically ceased, when there is no inhalation and no exhalation of breath, which happens spontaneously, not by force, that state is known as Jnana Yoga. This state can also be termed as a state where Kriya Yoga, Kriya Sadhana ends, and as Kriya only is the Vedas, this state can also be termed as Vedanta. Veda means knowledge, hence Vedanta means literally end of knowledge. It must be kept in mind that Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga and Jnana Yoga are not three separate branches of yoga, but they are three different paths, but they are three stages of a yogi's spiritual progression. Without correct karma, that is Kriya Sadhan, you can't get an iota of bhakti, and without bhakti, you cannot get Jnana. Without Jnana, you cannot get mukti or liberation from bondage. Hence, karma, bhakti, and Jnana are not three different branches of yoga. It is only through ignorance they appear to be so. This Kriya Yoga practice involves the 6 chakras present in the human body, namely Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipur, Anahat, Vishuddha, and Agga, and is known to be the Karma Kanda of the Vedas. Since doing Kriya is Ved part and Kriya practice only is Karma Yoga, then automatically doing Kriya becomes Karma Kanda of the Vedas. Settlement in Agga Chakra is known as Jnana Kanda. Of course, at the end there is no Agyan and no Gyan either, because existence of Gyan implies the existence of Agyan also. At the end of Karma Yoga, when there is no karma action of Kriya, because of Keval Kumbhak having taken place and all the body's vayus being stilled, there is no joy, there is no sorrow, no Agyan, no Gyan, no freedom from bondage, no bondage either, a truly non-dualistic Advaita state. Advaita means there is no two. If there is no two, can there be one? No, there cannot be one also. Because who is there to say one? The moment you say Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, it automatically implies that I and Brahman are the two different states. It is not merged together. The Laya Yoga has not taken place. So that's the reason why Rishi Patanjali constructed a temple at Chidambaram in South India, at the geomagnetic center of Earth around 3202 BC or 5023 years ago, and the Garbhagriha of this temple was termed as Shunya or zero. This temple is in the Tamil Nadu and is known as Sri Durvasa Patanjali Temple. Yogiraj is to write his sadhana realizations in Bengali script but in Hindi diction, which no yogis as per our knowledge have done so far. He used to write down his realizations in diaries, and 26 such diaries exist till now. Some of his notable diary entries are Hum hi Krishna, Hum hi Mahadev, Hum hi Chaturbhuj Narayan, Hum hi Adi Purush Bhagavan, Swayam Bhagavan, Hum hi Nirakar Brahman, etc. By taking a look at his yogic realizations, one cannot but wonder at the most elevated state which a yogi can attain. Yogiraj has written in his diary, बिल्कुल बाहर का श्वासा बंद होता है, धन्य भाग उसका जिसे ये होए. Meaning, swasa flowing through Ida and Pingala, left and right nostrils, respectively, which is flowing continuously, stops totally. That is when he achieves Kebal Kumbhak on a permanent basis. Such a person is really fortunate, because then he attains the capability of walking over water, slime, thorns, etc., which has been referred to in Patanjal Yog Sutra Vibhutipad, Shloka 40. Jogiraj has written in his diary, date 26th of March 1873, Ahista ahista bemalum sab kaam hota hai. Meaning, in total secrecy, without my knowledge, every work is getting done on its own. He himself doesn't have to do anything on his own. When does a yogi attain this state? When he attains the state of a permanent Kebal Kumbhak all the time, 24/7. And then he attains all godly powers. So I end my speech here. There are other speakers also. Thank you very much. Jai Gurudev, Jai Jagurudeva.
Brief introduction on about Srimati Jayati Kapoorji. She is the founder, working president of Yogiraj Shamacharan Mission and Shamacharan Sanatan Mission. She herself has had a very illustrious academic career. She has a postgraduate degree in literature. She has an MPhil. She's proficient in the French language. And has been a practitioner for this sadhana, just as I said, with Mr. Kapoor for more than 3.5 decades. And both Shantanu Kapoorji and Jayati Kapoorji have been the oldest, closest disciples of Guruji, and through the close proximity, through their own practice, they have been able to glean the most subtle aspects of this spiritual sadhana. I must also just quickly mention that Srimati Jayati Kapoorji had accompanied Guruji when he was invited at the World Parliament of Religions in 1997. So the Dalai Lama himself had invited Guruji to be the intervenant. And Srimati Jayati Kapoorji was the only one who had accompanied him there. So she's also written several articles, several books, poetries on Kriyayoga, on Lahiri Mahashai, and on Guruji. So we are very fortunate that she is here with us. May I request you, ma'am, to deliver your address.
With reverential obeisances to Yogiraj Sri Shamacharan Lahiri Mahashaya and to our revered Gurudev, Mahamahapadhyay Gucharya Dr. Ashok Kumar Chatterjee, I wish to commence my presentation. Honorable Justice Sri B.N. Sri Krishna ji and Dr. Shirish Kedare, we are extremely grateful to you for having come to attend this program and extend our heartfelt welcome for you to have attended this, which Mr. Kedare ji was always saying that he could not make it. But it is extremely kind of him with his so very busy schedule to have come and given us certain inputs about how we could improve society based on the values of relations. And also he spoke about artificial intelligence. What artificial intelligence, I mean the various benefits which artificial intelligence has offered to mankind. I do wholly agree with Dr. Kedare ji, but there is a bit of with due apologies, I would like to, differ on certain points. regarding this artificial intelligence when via the Sanatan Yoga. So kindly don't get me wrong. So it is like this, you see, science. Science, of course, what has it given man? It has certainly heaped man upon with various benefits, and the luxurious benefits which we all are enjoying, we will not be able to deny it. But at the same time, you see, basically, today, the world is ripped with paroxysms of violence and unrest. And it's the goading of, science or material crass consumerism is goading man to crave for more and more. Now, this is absolutely not at all desirable. Now, if we philosophically look at science, we will understand that science has, initiated man to, come to the verge of destruction. The very word science here means, it's science, which means knowledge. So science actually is knowledge, but this is the gross knowledge which we are all acquainted with or are conversant with. Now, it would be very foolhardy to think that science is the be-all and end-all of human wisdom. With due apologies and regards to Dr. Kedareji, Dr. Gadreji, Dr. Kumbhakarna of IIT, and if there are any software engineers, because I will be harping a bit on this, artificial intelligence, and then I'll talk about Kriyayoga, the science of Kriyayoga. So the thing is that, we have been pushed to the brink of destruction, and we think that science is the be-all and end-all of human wisdom, but the harsh reality is that we know a fraction of what is there to know. And science which cannot elevate humanity by mentioning the word, by using the phrase, words elevate humanity means science, gross science, should be able to make man realize his human values, his human worth. This is what science should be. But it is very, very unfortunate that we are all into this rat race. We are all into this competitive race, and we do not know, we are heading towards a point of no return. So, artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence, I'm grateful to artificial intelligence, though I do not understand much. But don't get me wrong also, because I am not from the science background, like Mr. Kapoor is or Dr. Kedareji is. I am from the humanities background. But what little I have gleaned from my Venerable Gurudev and through the practice of Kriyayoga, I would like to juxtapose the dangers of artificial intelligence, and I will juxtapose it with the science of Kriyayoga. Now, artificial intelligence is, the very word artificial means it is not real. So this means that humans themselves have created the robots, the humanoid robots, etc., and getting all the facilities and the comforts of life. But is that the be-all and end-all? Why? Because artificial intelligence has sacrificed jobs, human relationships, as Dr. Kedare rightly said about the human relationships getting strained and being transactional. So, we are sacrificing our human relationships for a robo. What else are we doing? This artificial intelligence is very, very intelligent, very, very smart, because we have conditioned artificial intelligence to be so. But we do not know where we are heading towards, because the moment artificial intelligence will realize that a human is its competitor, it will try to leverage a mechanism which can eliminate humanity. Artificial intelligence wants to give us limitless knowledge. And this limitless knowledge, unfortunately, has an end. It cannot be limitless. Only spiritual science is beyond boundaries. It's infinite. So, artificial intelligence, what else has artificial intelligence done? We have allowed artificial intelligence to enter human minds, and we have sacrificed our privacy for the benefit of reduction of crimes. Now, we have also, what is artificial intelligence? We have merged human consciousness with machines. It is extremely frightening. And should this be the fate of humanity? Certainly not. Because through this, artificial intelligence can manipulate our genes, our DNAs, for obtaining longevity. Now, all these points we can attain through the rigorous, ardent practice of Kriyayoga sadhan. Why I say this is because you must have heard of Yuval Noah Harari, who is an Israeli author, and he is very famous. He definitely has propounded artificial intelligence, but now he has started to talk about, he's got two books, The Sapiens and Nexus. So now he has started to talk about the fact that artificial intelligence is no longer a tool. It has become an agent. In fact, he has cited one example of, you must be aware, Dr. Kedare and Dr. Gadre and Dr. Kumbhakarna, that GPT-4, when that was invented, and they tried to, once what happened was the captcha puzzle. The captcha puzzle was invented, and this captcha puzzle is basically a visual puzzle, and they had to solve it. So they shut down their robo. And they accessed a website which hires human beings to do this job. Now, when this happened, when they did hire this human being, this person got a bit suspicious and asked, why can't you solve the captcha puzzles? You should be able to. So are you a robo? Then, because they had shut it down, just mark my words, with due regards, just mark my words, because they had shut down the robo, they said, no, we are not a robo. So then the human being is asking the artificial AI, then why do you want me to solve this problem, which can be solved by you. But comes the rejoinder that because of visual impairment, so can you imagine how manipulative artificial intelligence can get? This is the truth. Albert, another thing, I'll talk about Pichaya. Google's Sundar Pichaya. What has he commented of late? He said, yes, artificial intelligence, no doubt, has proven to be extremely beneficial. But right now, we will have to do a rethink. And what is this rethink about? That it is outpacing humans. And for this, we would have to train or, tutor humans to be super fast so that they can go and shut down the robot. This is not my words, this is Sundar Pichaya's words. Now, what has Albert Einstein said? Science, we think, can speak about a lot of things. Unfortunately, it is not so. Science can speak about the ethical foundations of science, but not about the scientific foundation of ethics. Ethical foundations of science, but not about the scientific foundation of ethics, which means science cannot speak about what is to be done, the why, the purpose of things, the personalized human relationships. Like artificial intelligence can speak about any child, suppose it wants to, play some mischief of putting arsenic in his granny's coffee cup. Science can say what is going to be the result, or it is going to be a catastrophe. I mean, it could be something very dangerous. But science will not prevent the child to deter him from perpetrating this activity. That only the ethical science will, prevent you. So, all these questions, what I have put forward, can all be answered by the science of Kriyayoga. I am not trying to expound or propound here that Kriyayoga is the ultimate, the original. But, see, one which has been flowing through eons, one which has been practiced by the Munis, Rishis, Yogis of yesteryears, and they have sanctified the spiritual glory of our nation. So this is the Sanatan Yoga, the Sanatan Dharma. Now, Sanatan Yoga and Sanatan Dharma, what does this imply? That which is ever flowing, all embracing, all encompassing. This is Sanatan Yoga. That which is unchangeable, that which is imperishable, that which doesn't have an origin, that which doesn't have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Why? Because that itself, by itself, is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And herein lies the answer to what we should be, what we should not do, and what we should do. Another distinguished scientist, you must have heard, he's a Nobel Prize winner named Peter Madeira. He has said, science cannot answer a child's question of why am I here? From where have I come? To where shall I return? This cannot be answered by science. Whereas the Sanatan Yoga, that will enable you to comprehend this. Who am I? From where have I originated? To where shall I return? So the answer for all these three questions is one and the same. That is our origin Brahm. So all of us, we are known as Amritasya Putras. That is the seed. We have been germinated from the seed of ambrosia. So all of us inherently are Brahmans. But we have totally forgotten this original Brahman state. The reason being, when a person is born, are you putting it on? Kapil? Yeah. So, see, Kriya Yoga or Raja Yoga is nothing new. Just as Bharat and yoga are inextricably linked. There can be no Bharat without yoga and no yoga without Bharat. This is very clear. Because all the gods of the pantheon, each of the gods have a yogic connotation. Whether it is Islam, whether it is Zoroastrianism, whether it is Christianity, whether it is Sikhism, Hinduism, whichever, whatever. These are essentially communities. This is not dharma. So communities and religions, the founders. So whatever has been created will have to die. Similarly, artificial intelligence has been created. So the end we do not know, but this much little have understood through the practice of Kriya Yoga, that it is spurring on a cataclysmic de-evolution. The repercussions are going to be horrendous. We are going to go through we have evolved Bahujanmani Patitani, which means we have traversed 84 million birth-death cycle. But science is essentially distancing us away from our state of origin, distancing us from God. We ourselves are God. Lahiri Mahashaya has said so, that every human being, everybody is Bhagwan. But through the practice of Kriya Yoga sadhana, you will realize your inner still state, which is the state of Bhagwan. The scourge of materialism, unfortunately, has put man into oblivion. He has forgotten his original still state. Now, Kriya Yoga is science, Kriya Yoga is rational, Kriya Yoga is mathematical. And this is the soul science. Why? Because there's this diagram here. When any human being, mind you, this is transcending any geographical boundaries, any community, any religion, any gender, caste, creed, ism, or your cult sect, whichever, whatever. It transcends this. So any human being in any part of the world, whenever he is born, if there are doctors here, they will also ascribe to this, that the baby will cry and wah. And this wah is an universal cry. This cannot be differentiated. If the baby does not cry, the doctors take a lot of pains by slapping the baby so that it cries. And if the baby fails to cry, then the baby is no more. So this again is science. Why is the baby no more? This is because that one little particular birth, that nascence which he has attained, that was just destined for him. After that, maybe another 2-3 births, and then he will not be born. And that is only after he imbibes the practice of Kriya Yoga sadhana. So, when we are born, we are thrown into the ambit of 100,000 level of vibrations, as you can see in the diagram. Can't be seen. Oh shit, it's very. Anyway. Monitors are there. Okay. But Dr. Justice Krishna cannot see. So I'll just explain. So at the time of birth, each one of us is plunged into the ambit of 100 level of vibrations. That is the Muladhara chakra. That is the earth essence. Now, slowly and steadily, when the baby the baby is developing, he is becoming an infant. So, first 6 months, what do we notice? The first 6 months, we notice that when he was in his mother's womb, he was in the state of bliss, the state of Brahman. His tongue was upturned. This is the science. Yes. So, what does this mean? The baby, there is no rejection, no acceptance, no grahan, no tyag, which means he is getting his nutrition from his mother's umbilical cord. Okay? And after, so his tongue is upturned, so he is in the state of supreme bliss. The moment he is born, the tongue comes out. Wow. Why? Because this is a sudden setback. From zero vibration, he is thrown into this ambit of 100,000 level of vibrations. So, but when we study this baby, as the baby is growing up, the first 6 months, the baby might smile, the baby might just, make some gurgling sounds. So, what does this infer? That the baby, he is remembering the blissful state of Brahman where he was. Slowly and steadily, as he is getting embroiled in the vibrations, he will acquire anger, greed, jealousy, covetousness and intolerance, impatience, etc., all the vices will all crop upon him. Why? Because that is how human beings are. So what has Lahiri Mahashaya said? He has said that I assure you, you will have to practice this Kriyayoga sadhana at any one time of your life. And if the time is ripe, even if you are in the Sahara desert or any desert, nature will automatically pull you to be inclined in this path of sadhana. Now, so the level of vibrations is 1 lakh. Now we will have to go back to the level of vibration 0. So 0 is the Sahasrar. There is no vibration there. The state beyond essences. Below that is 0 to 9, the Agya Chakra, which is the third eye. So that is also beyond essences. After that we come to the void essence, that's the throat. So there it is 10. So as we come down, it gets multiplied tenfold. So at the Vishuddha Chakra, it is 10, and then the Anahata Chakra, so this is the space essence. Then this is the air essence, which gets multiplied, and so it becomes 100. And then again, it becomes 1000 at the Manipur Chakra, which is the fire essence. And then the Swadhisthana, which is the water essence, is 10,000. And finally, again, the Muladhara, the earth essence, which is 1 lakh. So what does Kriya Yoga Sadhana essentially teach us? Essentially, it enables us to slowly, gradually, spontaneously, but imperatively reach the still state. It might take time. Lahiri Mahashaya has said, Banat Banat Ban Jaye, which means slowly and steadily this will surely happen. So, as I'm saying, there is no Bharat without yoga, no yoga without Bharat. Now, similarly, there is no Kriya Yoga without Lahiri Mahashaya and no Lahiri Mahashaya without Kriya Yoga. But here, remember, he is not the founder of Kriya Yoga. What is happening at the transition of each yuga, there is a declension of dharma. So, we have the 4 yugas, the Satya, Treta, Dapar, Kali. Satya Yuga, everybody was practicing this Brahma sadhan. So, the necessity for Bhagwan to descend was not there. Again, Treta, Dapar, 75%. So, in fact, lesser than that. So, Bhagwan Ram had to come. And then we come to the Dapar, Treta, Dapar, Dapar, Kali, when Bhagwan Krishna had to come. And after that, Kali, Satya, when Brahma Shamacharan had to come. Now, since I mentioned these 3 figures, so Bhagwan Ram and Bhagwan Krishna, they are depicted with the color blue. So what does this imply? So blue actually is the color of infinity. So this implies they are infinite, but both of them marked their advents as Kshatriyas. Why? Ram has the bow and the arrow. Now, what is this bow? What is the yogic connotation of bow? The bow means the human body, and arrow means the swasa, the breath, the inhalation, the exhalation. Bhagwan Krishna comes also blue. He has the plume of the peacock, and he's in the Tribhanga Murari position, one leg aslant the other, and he plays the flute. Now, these have got very, very significant yogic connotations. So what does this imply? So the plume infers the third eye, the kutastha. The flute infers the pranayama, the internal pranayama, which sound comes like a whistle. It is a flute-like sound. Through continual practice, the sound of the internal pranayama is just akin to a flute. And the one leg aslan the other, that is a symbol of Onkar Kriya. So that is another Kriya. But it is a part of Kriyayoga sadhan. And Lahiri Mahashaya had come as a Brahmin. So Kshatriya means Tasmad Jogi Kaunteyo, Tasmad Yudhishta Kaunteyo, Juddhayo Krita Nischayo. What does this mean? You will have to wage the sadhan battle, the battle between material attachment and material detachment. Because if you are embedded in material detachment, you will never be able to acquire salvation. Never. You will have to slowly and steadily come out of this. Now, as we have noticed that a time in life comes when we go for pilgrimages, we go for, we do these pilgrimages, then do the pujas, then chant, japas, mantras. So this is actually very superficial, but at the same time, it's better to do something rather than not do anything. Next step comes the Bishad Yoga, which is the first chapter of the Gita. So the Bishad Yoga means your inclination, your propensity for any material inclinations slowly and steadily is waning off. So this is the Bishad Yoga. Only when you get the Bishad Yoga can you get this Kriyayoga sadhan. Now, Lahiri Mahashaya's certain quotations I would like to quote here, that thirst cannot be quenched by seeing the reflection of water in a river. That everybody knows, it's simple. You will have, if you feel thirsty, you will have to have a glass, have to have a jug or a bottle, and then pour it and then drink it. Only then your thirst can be quenched. Similarly, spiritual invocations to God. Matlab, I keep on crying for God, whichever God. That is not the one in question, not what I'm talking about. It is a generic view. So, if I want to invoke God, that is not a scientific process. I will never attain God like that. Never. Similarly, food, just as food for the famished is very, very essential. Similarly, Kriya Yoga sadhan is very, very important for the one who is desirous of salvation. You know, so this is an extremely beautiful science. Thirdly, I would like to say another thing. I have to cut short because time is a serious constraint today. We've already started 20 minutes late. So, which I would want to impress upon you, to the respected members of the audience, that this Kriya Yoga sadhan is not an external practice. It is the Ashtanga Yoga. Yam, Niyam, Ashan, Pranayam, Pratyahar, Dharana, Dhyan, Samadhi. So this Pratyahar, which means the renunciation from the material, anything material or consumeristic, will come only through this scientific pranayama. Now, what is this scientific pranayama? Pranayama, if you divide it into two syllables, pran plus yam, ayam. So it means the expansion of prana. Now, what is this prana? Mind you, this, if you take prana as an acronym, P-R-A-N-A, so it is the pervasive reality, allness, nothingness, absolute. So, what is consisting all is also consisting, again at the same time it is zero. That also is Brahma. So that is prana, that is the guiding principle. The very fact that I am talking and you, everybody, you are listening, you are controlled by one power only, and that is the prana power. So prana is prevalent in anything animate, inanimate. Prana is absolutely encompassing, and as I said, Kriya Yoga sadhana doesn't believe in any geographical boundaries. Now, Bharat. The word Bharat is very, very important. It has a very important yogic connotation. Now, this also, if you divide it into three syllables, Bha plus Ra plus Tha. Now, Bha means intense effulgence, the resplendent effulgence. As has been mentioned in the Shastras, Jabakusam Sankashan Kashyapeyang Mahadutim, which means millions of planetary suns will also pale into insignificance regarding their resplendence when we see the soul sun within ourselves through this practice of Kriya Yoga sadhan. So you can imagine how powerful this Kriya Yoga is. It's intensely beautiful. It's extremely powerful. So this pranayama is not the Ira Pingala pranayama of stopping the nostrils or the external breathing motion. The Keval, some people which we know, they try to do the Keval Kumbhak, the stopping, the cessation of breath through stopping the nostrils, okay, forcefully. But that again is not scientific. This is a pranayama which is executed through the Shushumna channel. This and this is closed. There is no external breathing. Everything is internal. And a yogi, ultimately, after a long practice, what happens is the breathing, the inhalation, exhalation, which he is executing, is the abdominal breathing, not the diaphragmatic breathing. Because the diaphragmatic breathing, it is going to reduce the lifespan. This is again the science of Kriya Yoga. A yogi in 24 hours will breathe 1944 to 2000 times in a day. Whereas an ordinary human being will inhale and exhale through the external motion 21,600 times a day. So each one of us have been born with a reserve of breaths. At the same time, Kriya Yoga will enhance our health benefits. Let's say Lahiri Mahasaya has said, Rog na rahe, timir nashe, paap jalave, gyan hoye. So the sins are incinerated through this Kriya practice, morning and evening. So there is nothing called sin. This is just an inclination to be attracted materially. And that only enables us to grossly perpetrate in any activity which is not desirable. I hope, I'm able to explain. So this pranayama is very, very important. This is the internal. And this will answer the science, which artificial intelligence, people are wanting through artificial intelligence to become God or somebody like God. Every one of us is God ourselves. We have gone into a state of oblivion. When we practice this Kriyayoga sadhan, we will slowly, gradually and steadily, because this is nothing which should be done in a jiffy. This is not something which can be done in a jiffy. It is a very gradual process. So whichever is gradual is permanent. Whichever is very sudden, that is very ephemeral, very short-lived. So Lahiri Mahasaya has also said, he is a God of householders. That means we do not need to renounce family existence. As Dr. Kedare was saying, human relationships. What is the example he has set to humanity? He had marked his advent in the human form. He had made himself undergo the travails of human existence. He had 5 children. One of his sons had become mad. One of his daughters had expired. One of his daughters had got widowed. It was not necessary for him. He went, the one who is saying, Hamara anant shamta, jo ichha so kar sakta hu. He has set this example to us so that we can relate ourselves with him. This is very important, because the moment you're born, suffering is more than enjoyment. He at the same time has said a human frame is not being born to enjoy or suffer the consequences of virtuous or sinful actions, but to practice this Kriya Yoga sadhan through which you can attain the fulfillment of human birth. Why are we born? To attain, to realize the value. Now, this artificial intelligence or any type of science, this is distancing us from God, making us hard-hearted. We are becoming very unrealistic. We are becoming absolutely, depending on something which is very, very alien to us. This has not been created by God, remember. So, as our Venerable Gurudev used to say, that man is responsible for his own sorrows. As I said, we are heading towards a point of no return. So, to sum this up in short, I would like to, just explain the last part of my speech. So, Kriya Yoga is not a lesson, it's not a class, it's not a discourse, it is not, pravachan, it is not a fad, it is not an ism, it is not a student-teacher relationship, it is not any other practice. It is just knowing yourself within yourself. Aap hi ko aap janna, isi ko brahmya gyan kehte hai. That is what Lahiri Mahasaya has said. So, ja brahma janati sa brahmana. So this is very, very important. And secondly, our nation Bharat, as I digress, sorry for that. Bha, as I said, is intense resplendence. Ra means the seed of fire. So a yogi, when he's practicing this Kriya Yoga sadhan, he starts from his Manipur chakra. And then he comes up, and then he arrives at this point. And then he encounters a lot of soul visualizations, soul realizations. He hears soul sounds. And then he realizes, and he gets engrossed. After that, he gets the ultimate release. What is this release? Release from the cycle of births and deaths. That is known as moksha, which is the final chapter of the Gita. So to sum it all, Kriya Yoga is the breathless breath. That is the Keval Kumbhak. The breathless breath, which means not breath through this, but the breath breathing which we do through the Shushumna channel. Kriya Yoga is the macrocosmic microcosm, which means this is the microcosm, but we can envision the macrocosm within ourselves through this Kriya Yoga. We can undertake soul peregrinations, that is the pilgrimages within our inner self. So Kriya Yoga is the inherent inherence. So this is the worship of prana, which is latent in every one of us, excepting animals. Only the human beings can practice this Kriya Yoga sadhana because the human beings have got an erect spine. This is the science. Other vertebrates or mammals or no other creatures on earth can practice this Kriya Yoga sadhana. So it is the inherent inherence, it is the karma of union dexterously executed. So, yoga karma sukaushalam. This is what Kriya Yoga is. It is cessation of finitude. So, it is the end of the limited boundaries. It is the key to salvation, the ultimate goal of a human birth. It is the pristine purity, immaculate, enabling realization of the you within you. It is eternity, eternality. It is posited in the blissful, ever-flowing, realmless realm. So see, yoga is a paradox. It's allness, yet nothingness. Yet that is the absolute. So when in Kriya Yoga, the worshipper, the worshipped one, and worship all become one. All become one. There is no worshipper, there is no worshipped one, there is no worship. And this is the state of non-duality. So, and excuse me, just 5 more minutes, Dr. Kedare. So, this is the duality which has been ripped apart, exterminating, positing in the transcendence of oneness. And ultimately, it is a thorough metamorphosis of the kinetic you into the you of your origin. The you of your origin, which I have explained, is the still state, the origin, still state, the state of Brahma, from where you have originated. All of us have. So now, I conclude saying this. Thank you so much. Namaskar. But if anybody has, I had to hurry through because this is such a subject, such a vast subject, Dr. Kedare ji and Sri Krishna ji. Very sorry, because this is a very, very vast subject, you can't sort of, limit yourself. It's actually limitless. This is actually limitless, and this is what we have inhered through this 37 years of practice. So if anybody has any questions in the audience, they can quickly shoot questions. Yeah, sure. Yes.
Namaskar to all our dignitaries and the esteemed audiences. I have first question to first speaker, that is Sri Krishna Shah. Shah talk about Shankaracharya and other our great yogis. Vivekananda is also great yogi. So I want to know what is the relation between sense organ and pranama, that is mind and intellect and Atma. There are 5 things we overcome in our life. One is number 1 is sense object, senses, then intellect, sense objects, mind, and then intellect, and 5th is the Atma. That is my query. Yes, please switch on the microphone. We are not able to listen, sir.
Not in front of the audience, please. Please get the packets ready.
Please switch on the mic.
It's on.
The Upanishad tells us, Yan manasa namanute yenahur mano matam tadeva brahma tadvidhi nedam yadidam upasate. It says, that which mind cannot grasp, but that which understands what is mind, that is the one entity, that is Brahman, not what you make prayers to. यच्चक्षुषा न पश्यति येन चक्षुंषि पश्यति तदेव ब्रह्म त्वं विद्धि नेदं यदिदमुपासते. It is not the eye cannot see it, but that is the one that sees through the eye. That is real Brahman. Yat श्रोत्रेण न शृणोति येन श्रोत्रगं श्रुतं तदेव ब्रह्म त्वं विद्धि नेदं यदिदमुपासते. So that is the relationship. Now in Nyaya Shastra they have this. First there is the object of our indriyas, our 5 indriyas, right? You understand the sensory organs. There is a relationship established. Now science will tell you that the light is reflected from here, they go into it, etc. Doesn't matter. It's a relationship, as Dr. Kaidar said. The relationship between my sensory organ and the sensory object, that is the one that leads to jnana. Now, it might happen that I'm asleep. It won't. Therefore, there is something other than the sensory organ which is controlling it, which is your mind. Your mind also is something very peculiar. Now, I might be listening to a lecture, but in my own world, I might be thinking of what my wife is going to cook in the evening when I go home, my dinner. So the mind is something which must be, and that's why he say, no, Atma manasa sanyujyate mana indriyena indriyam arthena tato pratyaksham jayate. So Atma and Manas Sanyoga is the first principle. Then Manas and Indriya is the second principle. Indriya and Artha is the last principle. When all of them are unobstructed, your jnana comes up. That is the pramana for the jnana. Otherwise, even a man in sleep also will not understand what it is. Man who is drunk also will not. Man who is unconscious will not. Why? Because the manas is gone. All right. Now, the next question is, what is the difference between manas and intellect? Manas is sankalpa vikalpadikam manaha. That which can, your manas is wavering, no, unless, I'm not sure. My manas always waves. I can't say whether I should see this, I should see that. I can do this, I cannot do this. Whereas intellect is clear. I want to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, go for a walk, I will do it. That is intellect. I want to, Dr. Kedare will tell you, I want to see what is the triple integral of this discontinuous function or whatever is the harmonics of something else. He will sit on that and come to it. Why? Because the intellect comes in. Manas will say, let's go for a movie now. Why should you bother about it? That is the difference between manas and intellect. What is the third question? Huh? Atma is the controller. Very good. Atma is the controller at everything. Now, let's say you are driving a car. Whether it is a rubbered, what is that car that we used to have, no? Whatever it is, sir. Our third class useless car or the first class Mercedes-Benz 350, right? There are several parts of it. Now, the basic thing is the engine, right? Sir. Of course, now you have got Tesla, which will have the computer, whichever it is. Now, even in a Tesla, the wheels won't move unless the computer says move. Then the brake won't come to operate because it says yes. That is how Tesla is able to work without a driver. Tesla can drive on an autobahn without your having to control it. Why? Because the controller. It is the controller of that Tesla, which is the computer, which is equivalent to your Atma. No. So intellect is the subordinate. It is like the Prime Minister and then one person. No, but the intellect by itself is a what? Atma is the one that controls the intellect.
Yes, that point you are right. I will tell, sir, one sloka from Upanishad that define all the 5.
Which?
Indriyabha para artha, artha bhrashya param mana. Manashastu buddhi buddhiratma mohan para.
Indriyebhyah param manaha, manasastu para buddhihi, buddhir paratastu yassa evacha.
Shall I say that once again? It is Indriyabha para artha.
Indriyebhyah
para artha, artha bhrashya param mana. Manashastu buddhi buddhiratma mohan para. Which the lowest rank is sitting is our sense organs.
You are right. You are absolutely right.
That is the, over that is the your sense objects.
Correct.
And then mind is very fragile.
Yes.
Mind can go good way, bad way, anyway. Intellect control.
Thank
you. But over intellect is the Atma. Once we self-actual is our Atma, we get everything, whatever we wish to do. Okay, my second question to sir, second speaker, that is.
No. Let us wind up. Dr. Kedare will have to go.
No, I'm not asking him, I'm asking the second speaker on his theme, what he has projected.
Excuse me, sir, if there is no time. I'm very sorry.
Dr. Kedare also has to leave.
Where can we get the get initiated into Kriya Yoga in your?
You first need to read the trilogy. There are 3 books on the science of Kriya Yoga and Lahiri Mahashaya. It comes as a set. It's available in various languages: English, French, then all the Indian languages, Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, and all that. So you need to read it, and after that, after reading, if you still have the inclination, then you must have got the pamphlet, so you can ring up our team members, so they will guide you. And after that, you will have to come to this center, Pune, Degaon.
Available in Mumbai.
No. Whole world comes to Pune.
I see.
So all roads lead to Rome. Why? Because no point.
The trilogy is available outside in the
No,
store.
all the books are available. That's not a
All
thing.
the books.
Yeah.
Any other question?
Could you kindly please hurry?
Yeah,
'Cause
so
we have got a time constraint. Yeah.
you know, I've taken Diksha from YSS, and so just wanted to understand. It's the same Kriya Yoga, right? Kriya Yoga is
yeah.
the same. So
Well, I think I should not comment on this. I think you're intelligent enough. Why I am not commenting on this? Because the moment you said it is the same Kriya Yoga, as I said, there's a plethora of Kriya Yogas doing its rounds throughout the globe. Excuse me. With due regards to you, I'm not trying to hurt you, but this, since we have 37 years of experience, we know. Because there have been innumerable people who have been coming to our Guruji, and they have been talking about YSS and, Daya Mata, Kriyananda, so plenty of them. And we've been to these places and we know. But I don't want to talk. Just one thing which I would want to say, as I said at the very outset, that Kriya Yoga is not a system of lessons or courses. You cannot get Kriya Yoga through learning or mugging up.
No. Kriya Yoga, basically, you have to get initiated.
I know, that's
You know
why-
Diksha?
yeah, I've
You have
taken
to take Diksha,
Yeah.
you have to practice.
It's an internal
You have to come
process.
to the center to get your Kriya checked up on a regular basis. It is not a lesson to be given, like course number 1, course number 2, like this. There are Kriyas, first Kriya, second Kriya, third Kriya, etc. told in my lecture. So you have to practice yourself, get yourself checked up, but there are no lectures as such. Got it?
No, I understand. Okay.
No,
Maybe
no.
I'll take that as a separate
Yes.
conversation.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, versus-
Sure.
Just a quick question. The ultimate state, what you have stated, would be a person being alive without external breathing. And
Yes,
the
it's
internal.
possible.
Correct, correct.
It's
And
possible.
if the person attains
person
that
who
state
was-
24/7, then
A
24/7 the breathe won't be existing. Like external breathing would be absent.
See, external breathing will stop, but internal breathing, which is through
Yeah.
the Sushumna,
That
a
will
little
continue.
bit of breath should be there through Sushumna. Otherwise, the guy is going to die.
So the internal
I mean-
breathing motion will continue.
Yeah, sorry for this question, because me
No, not
being
at all, not at
doctor,
all.
I was just trying to probably
No, this is an internal breathing motion.
getting to
It's-
understand
in fact, you
what
can
would
do
be source of oxygen then, and
that's
from where
the
would,
Sushumna channel breathing.
all those.
You
That
see,
is the Sushumna channel
a
breathing.
Kriya Yogi can stay without oxygen for a very, very long period of time.
True. I mean,
That-
there
that
must
is-
be some science. I was just trying to understand.
That is how they
But
extend
medical
the
science
lifespan.
cannot, unfortunately,
You please read
fathom
the
it.
books. Please read
Sorry
the
for
books.
this.
Surely. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Anybody else? Any other question?
As you've been practicing it for so many years, have you ever experienced the state
See,
that
I'll
was
tell you
being?
another very important thing. Yogis will never display. They will never display what they have attained or acquired. They will have a garb very, very different. A yogi doesn't mean a sadhu, because Lahiri Mahasaya has said to us as to be householders. So they will totally hoodwink you. So this kumbhak, whether we've experienced, not experienced, I'm so sorry, ma'am. Because Guruji, we cannot share these. This is so very inherent, so very intrinsic, you know. So it's not discussable. It's self-realizable. Yes, very much. And that experience is not the gross external experience.
It's
internalized.
rather not shared, but kept to yourself.
We understand it's too personal, but I think so in order to motivate people, like what is the level of your ecstasy experience, okay? Or
To motivate people.
basically that anahat that and the
See,
light that
I'll tell you something. Let me tell you something very gross, very coarse. He is an IITian, I was also an academician, whichever, whatever. He was in an MNC. So, you know the corporate life. So, we were in the corporate life. In the corporate life, all what goes on, I don't want to explicate on that. So, we have come across that stage. But, after having taken this Kriyayoga sadhan, we knew where to draw the line. We did attend parties. We did have this corporate, of course, responsibility, otherwise he has to earn money. But whatever socializing or whatever was required, we did undergo that. But the mind was not in it. But the others around us never realized it. So this is the beauty. They will never realize it.
It is like a drop of water on a lotus leaf. The lotus leaf never gets wet.
No.
And it moves around, you know. So you will be like that. You will be going everywhere in the society, maybe wearing designer clothes and all that. But it is not going to affect you because your mind won't be in materialism. The more pranayams, internal pranayams you execute, you'll be moving away and away from material life. But you have to maintain a social status, you have to maintain certain social work you have to do. So for that purpose, certain things you have to carry on. Okay?
Yeah, another thing, excuse me, madam, don't get me wrong. What you have said, I am with you. But there is a slight, a thin divide, That is, as you rightly said, that, okay, chalo, we are amongst company, but I am in my state of bliss and I am really regaling in it. A yogi will not even, he will not feel ebullient internally because mindlessness, the dynamic mind, the kinetic mind has been reposed in the still mind. Excuse me. So, he will not even regale in it. He knows he's there. And that's the end of it. And this practice itself has made him so very stolid that he is definitely not going to, slip. Because if he slips, then it's again, it's a sort of a regression. So again, he will have to come to that. Sorry, this is actually the core spirituality.
And somebody asked the question, huh?
Yeah, sure. Not senior, don't say we are all the same, we are all Brahmans. No, what I suggest, if you are at all interested, you can get hold of the trilogy, which is there outside. And of course, after the program is over, of course, the program remains. The cultural program is still pending, yeah. So the artists are getting a bit too...
Madam, one question I want to ask. As a beginner or as a layman or commoner, we come across various meditation techniques like you can say Vipassana or Raj Yoga meditation or Kundalini meditation or even Kriya, etc. So how, as a commoner, how one has to choose based on the most suitable to his constitution or his personality? Is there any method?
There is only one, yes. Thank you for the question. It's a very, very well framed
Because
question.
people are getting confused.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
many,
sure, sure. I do appreciate what you're saying, what you're driving at. Unfortunately, the truth is bitter. So, how do I know, according to my constitution, how can I adapt to which type of a practice? Now, this type of, this thinking is actually, forgive me, irrelevant when it comes to knowing the soul within you. So, slowly and steadily, when you get more evolved, it is nothing but evolution. It is the evolution. And we should, each one of us try, even after doing 37 years of practice, we can get de-evolved. We never know. We can do some aberration and it can go down, the regression. Okay? So this is basically depending on your evolutionary cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Keyur, I think we should conclude today. And others can kindly
Interest
ask
of time.
offline.
Excuse me, sir. In the
Yeah,
interest of
kindly-
time,
yeah.
I think our dignitaries also need to move to other occasions. We can take this after the program. Musicians also have a hectic schedule, sir. Sir, we are in. So, request your patience. We have a program to continue. Please continue with us after the. Sir, everything will
Write
be
down your
answered.
questions. We will surely answer you
Sir,
after the cultural program is through.
All your questions will be answered. Please be assured. So,
Kindly bear. Have some tolerance, please. This is my request.
So may I request all the dignitaries so that to proceed down so we can make the arrangements.
Yes, tolerance is the first step.
Yeah.
Tolerance
But
is
I'm
the
very
prime
sorry.
virtue.
Patience,
I could not speak as much as I wanted to speak.
Anyway,
Sorry
anything
for
else
that.
to be done?
No,
Anything
nothing
else?
more.
No.
Yeah, we will have to proceed down. Yeah, sure.
Comments. So thank you once again.
Atmanah pratikulani paresha.
अरे नहीं नहीं अभी we are eager to start. Very sorry to keep you waiting.
We are very much eager to start, and Anupam is a very, very well-renowned, you must be knowing about Mumbai. So, very well-renowned and he's very, very closely associated with us.
सेंटरला जाणार.
हॅलो 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 इनियरला नाही आहे इनियरला नाहीच आहे इनियरला नाही आहे हॅलो हॅलो आत्ता आला हॅलो रिवर्ब कमी करा ना थोडंसं रिवर्ब कमी कर रिवर्ब कमी कर हॅलो अजून थोडंसं कमी कर हॅलो बस कमी केलंस ना रिवर्ब हां थोडंसं कमी कर Namaste, good evening to all of you present here. So, we begin this wonderful evening with a Kabir bhajan sung by Anup Chaluta ji.
कबीरा जब हम पैदा हुए कबीरा जब हम पैदा हुए जग हंसे हम रोए जग हंसे हम रोए ऐसी करनी कर चलो ऐसी चरखा बनाया, अष्टकमल का चरखा बनाया, 5 तत्व की बुनी चदरिया, 5 तत्व की बुनी, 9-10 मास बुनन को लागे, 9-10 मास बुनन को लागे, मूरख मैली कीनी चदरिया, मूरख मैली कीनी चदरिया, मूरख मैली कीनी। जब मोरी चादर बन घर आई, जब मोरी चादर बन घर आई, रंग रेज को धीनी चदरिया, रंग रेज को धीनी, ऐसा रंग रंगा रंग रेज ने, ऐसा रंग रंगा रंग रेज ने, कि लालो लाल कर धीनी चदरिया, लालो लाल कर धीनी चदरिया, चादर लालो दीनी। चादर ओढ़ शंका मत करियो, चादर ओढ़ शंका मत करियो, ये दिन तुमको धीनी चदरिया, ये दिन तुमको दीनी, मूरख लोग भेद नहीं जाने, मूरख लोग भेद नहीं जाने, दिन दिन मैली कीनी चदरिया, दिन दिन मैली कीनी चदरिया, दिन दिन मैली कीनी। ध्रुव प्रहलाद ने सुदामा ने ओढ़ी, ध्रुव प्रहलाद सुदामा ने ओढ़ी, शुकदेव ने निर्मल कीनी चदरिया, शुकदेव ने निर्मल कीनी, कबीर ने ऐसी ओढ़ी, दास कबीर ने ऐसी ओढ़ी, जो की त्यों धर धीनी चदरिया, ज्यों की त्यों कर देनी। राम नाम रस धीनी चदरिया, राम नाम रस धीनी चदरिया, झीनी रे झीनी चदरिया, झीनी रे झीनी चदरिया, झीनी रे झीनी।
The next song is गुरुजी के चरणों में। गुरुजी के चरणों में मेरा तो ठिकाना है, गुरुजी की आज्ञा में मुझे जीवन बिताना है, गुरुजी के चरणों में मेरा तो ठिकाना है। गुरु बिना ज्ञान नहीं, मैंने ये जान लिया, गुरुजी की महिमा को मैंने तो मान लिया, गुरुजी का आशीर्वाद मुझको तो पाना है, गुरुजी के चरणों में मेरा तो ठिकाना है। Another beautiful song from the film Chala Vahi Desh. In fact, इस एल्बम की सभी गाने बहुत ही सुंदर हैं. तो एक गाना पेश कर रही हूँ आपके सामने, राधा प्यारी. शीशा. हाणी काई काई बोल सुनावा, हाणी काई काई बोल सुनावा, मारा सावरा गिरधारी. हाणी काई काई बोल सुनावा, हाणी काई काई बोल सुनावा. राधा प्यारी दे डारो ना बंसी मोरी. राधा प्यारी दे डारो ना बंसी मोरी. ये बंसी में मेरो प्राण बसत है, ये बंसी में मेरो प्राण बसत है. वो बंसी हो गई चोरी, गई चोरी. राधा प्यारी दे डारो ना बंसी मोरी. चलिए। है आँख वो, है आँख वो जो शाम का दर्शन किया करे, है शीश जो प्रभु चरणों में वंदन किया करे, बेकार वो मुख है जो रहे व्यर्थ बातों में, मुख वो है जो हरि नाम का सुमिरन किया करे, हीरे मोती से नहीं शोभा है हाथ की, है हाथ जो भगवान का पूजन किया करे, मर कर भी अमर नाम है उस जीव का जग में, प्रभु प्रेम में बलिदान जो जीवन किया करे। ऐसी लागी लगन, ऐसी लागी लगन, लागी लागी रे लगन, लागी लागी रे लगन, ऐसी लागी लगन, मीरा हो गई मगन, ऐसी लागी लगन, मीरा हो गई मगन, वो तो गली 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 हरी हरी गुन गाने लगे, महलों में पली बन के जोगन चली, मीरा रानी दीवानी कहाने लगी, ऐसी लागी लगन, मीरा हो गई मगन। कोई रोके नहीं, कोई टोके नहीं, मीरा गोविंद गोपाल गाने लगी, कोई रोके नहीं, कोई टोके नहीं, कोई रोके नहीं, कोई टोके नहीं, मीरा गोविंद गोपाल गाने लगी, बैठी संतों के संग रंगे मोहन के संग, मीरा प्रेमी प्रीतम को मनाने लगी, वो तो गली गली हरि गुन गाने लगे, ऐसी लागी लगन, मीरा हो गई मगन।
बन के जोगन चली मीरा रानी दीवानी कहाने लगी ऐसी रागी लगन मीरा हो गई मगन वो तो गली 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 हरी हरी गुन गाने लगी ऐसी रागी लगन मीरा हो गई मगन. Today we are very fortunate to have the virtuoso Manas Kumar ji with us on board. So we are very privileged to always have him on board with us. So yes, we're going to hear something very soothing and divine from Manas ji today. आपके सब कंपोजिशंस होंगे, सो प्लीज थोड़ा सा आपने जो बोला है वो सब होगा. ओके आप यस प्लीज धीरज रखिए. एग्जैक्टली. we have Manasji with us, we would want Manasji to play another song with us today. And that's a wonderful number sung by Lataji, Ek Radha, Ek Meera, Dono ne Sham ko chaha.
ma ga ma pa ma pa da sa ni sa re a मीरा के प्रभु गिरिधर नागर राधा के मनमोहन राधा नित श्रृंगार करे और मीरा बन गई जोगन एक रानी एक दासी दोनों हरि प्रेम की प्यासी अंतर क्या दोनों की तृप्ति में बोलो अंतर क्या दोनों की तृप्ति में बोलो एक जीत न मानी एक हार न मानी एक जीत न मानी एक हार न मानी एक राधा एक मीरा दोनों ने शाम को चाहा अंतर क्या दोनों की प्रीत में बोलो एक प्रेम दीवानी एक दरस दीवानी एक प्रेम दीवानी एक दरस दीवानी एक प्रेम दीवानी एक दरस दीवानी. Thank you. Now we move on to the two compositions, ma'am. Yes, so ma'am was eagerly waiting for this. So, presenting to you the two wonderful compositions, that's Aankh Moond Ke and Bharat Ka Sandesh, written by Guruji. Yeah. It's a wonderful thing that, yes, Anupam and Chirag Panchal, both of them have done the music in this wonderfully. All the 4 songs have been rhythmically and harmonically done very nicely by Chirag Panchal and Anupam Ghatak. Thank you. आँख मूंद के जब स्वयं को देखता हूँ हमारा हम विलुप्त हो जाता है चकित लगता है ऐसे आँख मूंद के जब स्वयं को देखता हूँ हमारा हम विलुप्त हो जाता है चकित लगता है ऐसे चकित लगता है ऐसे आँख मूंद के जब स्वयं को जब विश्व बीच में घूमता हूँ विश्व कोई देखता जब स्वयं के अंदर प्रवेश करता विश्व तब झूठा लगता विश्व तब झूठा लगता आँख मूंद के जब स्वयं को जब मैं खो जाता हूँ, जब स्वयं को ढूंढ न पाऊँ, श्याम चरण को पाते हैं, श्याम चरण को पाते हैं, आँख मूंद के जब स्वयं को। मैं श्याम चरण हूँ मैं, अंतर कुछ नहीं। सुनो सुनो नश्वर मनुष्य, भगवान श्याम चरण बिना कोई गति नहीं, कोई गति नहीं। आँख मूंद के जब स्वयं को देखता हूँ, हमारा हम विलुप्त हो जाता है, चकित लगता है ऐसे, चकित लगता है ऐसे, आँख मूंद के जब स्वयं को। Yes, so yes, this is Kiran Vinkar on flute. Yes, that's he has played the flute in this.
Thank you.
Yes, that's Brijesh Shah on the guitar. You know them? Do you know them? Okay, fine. Okay, yes, okay, fine. So, so that's now we're presenting you the last song, and that's Bharat Ka Sandesh. भारत का संदेश, शांति का संदेश, होने नहीं देगी अशांति। भारत माता सुरवत करेंगे जो, मैं जानता हूँ अभी, मैं जानता हूँ अभी। ग्लानि का अध्याय अंत होकर अभी, सतयुग में होगा पदार्पण। सब असुर अभी करेंगे समर्पण, सब असुर अभी करेंगे समर्पण। सनातन धर्म से उठाते हैं सुनो, प्रिय मानव जाति। नित्य तत्व खत्म हो जाएगा, कोई डर नहीं, अब कोई डर नहीं, अब कोई Thank you all, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And the whole team. Anupam is the maestro. Maestro. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's going to be a very big, long program, much better. No time constraints there. After Azan, no, before Azan.